Okay, I think everything is good. Everything is great. Just let me test the audio of the stream. Stream. All right, sounds good. Let's get this party rolling. Hey, we got a new feature in the game. Chat bubbles. Look at that. Very cool. Very cool. Suppose we get MSQ started. OBS a little bit. There we go. Lovely. If you have a moment, Sam, Judah wants to take stock on the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking in the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective on the conversation. Sorry to drag you two into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since this state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for all of us, as well. First things first, then let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. Oh, didn't mean to hit the mic. All these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, but nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything new. But you haven't heard anything new about incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged, as far as I know. That's good news. Bad news is, I tried taking control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king's resolves authority... The king of resolves authority is the highest there is. Who is this man that can override with such impunity? Oh, Sven looks so cute. Calyx, he lived in the age of a storm surge, as I did. She's just gonna check on the sound once more. Okay. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo a conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into present day. Yeah, drink of water. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough. Exploring treatments for love and sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm people if he... Sorry. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's motives. Only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's feelings. I'm not sure if I read that one right. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, but evolution now requires us to forsake our bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the stimulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Endless life is assured for 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one of Calix's greater plans. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw aether from reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. Sorry. I got some gas coming up. Not to overshare. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of the Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though. I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Galuja and Shell are working on that, I think I'm gonna go take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some rollers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks to you two, I appreciate the company. I have to speak to the city's administration about bringing in the Lance Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving towards Tuliolo. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Sam's group if you'll have me. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier. As long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best to not be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. You change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Quest accepted. Did the faces get more detailed for this update? They look a bit sharper. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? The people seem uneasy. They do, and can't say they do, and I can't say I blame them. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once became unavoidable. Then, the moment mortality once again became an unavoidable fact of life, they greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. Some lip balm on. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back in the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. As I awoke 4 centuries later to find people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner, I was surprised and bewildered. I was overjoyed to see it, so you all deserve happiness. Well then. We best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. She's a scholar! Is that a grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect things that are important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that was the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. But 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Sam and I will take the east. Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza, past True View, and await you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Okay, I think I've already seen this before. Basically. Somber Citizen. Are the sentries and air wheels safe to be around now? I just know it's gonna happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming an endless is the only way. Even Queen's Fiend said so. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had to work next day. But once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. The worst that I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate your offering. Oh my goodness, I'm getting a burp. Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheel dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered me with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what he meant until it happened. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I just registered for my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first. But now I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regular displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled, sorry. So if you're still hesitant, if you've not much time to make up your mind, mark my words, friend. There's only a few slots left. It's gonna be very ugly. Sam, a word. I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. Once we hadn't considered during our discussions with everyone in the back room. The fact that only 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report. But are you sure there wasn't anything else? That's a point of concern, don't get me wrong, but I think we're acutely aware of that already. Yeah, I had a feeling it was this one. Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of scowls cut off, though, more and more people have going. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from recent attacks and check whether or not we are equipped with regulators. Let's look around the streets over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm it was not a pattern. Do you have anything new to say? It's the same thing. Same thing. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who would always greet me with a smile. I hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data citywide casualty data is unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all afflicted zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some sort of estimates on hand, right? Recalibrating parameters. Injured 87 individuals, casualties 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators 0. Oh, hey, Corn, what's up? No, this is definitely Dead by Daylight. Like, I'm gonna loop this car. Oh no, I don't got a pallet anywhere. I don't got a pallet. I don't got a pallet. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. I mean, Dead by Daylight is like poo-poo right now. It's not worth playing at all. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assume the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Sam, I think it's time we rejoin Kryon's Fiend. Oh yeah, I still do have the DVD tags. Oh wait, I didn't change the game. Oh crap, I forgot to change the game. Thanks for reminding me. There, that should be. I think I fixed it right now. Bro, you come in here, you be homophonic in my stream. I think I'm gonna have to ban you. Hopefully it doesn't cause any problems. That was like at least 20 minutes of being on the wrong game. Or at least the wrong tag. I was half joking with my not can't read. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Joel, no. He's not here. My fish. Oh no, not Joel. Didn't Krell say to meet him in the plaza just outside True View? Let's get going. How are you doing, Acorn? I actually don't have better TTV installed at the moment. I need to install that at some point. That's good. What you doing now? Are you... Sheesh, that is a bomb to drop. Are you okay? Like, are you feeling okay right now? I'm so sorry for your loss. Like... I mean, if you need to talk about it later, I'm down to give you an ear. Well, I'm glad you're doing okay right now. I'll try and be a good streamer. So essentially, you're saying the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't regulators? You're probably going to be very confused at what's going on right now in this game. Honestly, yeah, the update is so bad. It might as well be like malware at this point. Or like, have you actually seen like people like, or like actually like getting mad? Like Scott John, Mint Skull, and like all like big content creators are like actually getting mad. But like Streetwise just won't get like kill switch right now. It's crazy. Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed a regulator was a priority target. Yeah, it's crazy. Apparently, it's not game breaking enough for him to kill switch it. Like I remember when Nemesis like had like that one bug of play your food, like you just like have permanent 15% haste. They were so fast to kill switch that. But like 30-second gens, infinite flashlights, infinite medkits. Nah, it's not game breaking. It's not breaking the game, bro. It's all good. It's all good. Like I don't want to like. Yeah, like Hoarder, the one perk, I think it's the one Dracula perk which blocks the chest from opening. People just tunneling out, everybody opening chests right now. It's actually crazy. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. Oh yeah, they turned Clown into his dash killer. Clown becoming a dash killer was not on my radar. It was not on my, it was not on my bingo list this year. Bro, it's so crazy. Like this update just came out. Like after all the goodwill like behavior that built up like in the past few chapters, it's just gone in a single update. I was actually like testing out like the clown changes in like a bot game. I think I got up to like 30% haste of my build. I mean, yeah, the clown changes are pretty bad, but like, it's not a bug. It's like it's working as intended. It's not a good change, but like it's working as intended. Streetwise on off-ramp is not working as intended. It's actually just breaking the balance of the game right now. And also like the smoke bulbs as well are just really annoying. Like yeah, like you know I'm a Ghostface man, right? It actually makes Ghostface so much worse because like survivors could actually reveal you in the smoke, but you can't stalk them. It's crazy. But hey, at least like they buff Pig, I guess. The one patch they buff Pig is the patch like everything just breaks. But why? Why ever being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of new regulators, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. Yeah, this is what happens when you buff Pig. They have to nerf pig to make sure like the game is back in a good state again. But those who were regulars at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower than I would imagine. So Calyx has chosen the least likely to accept his vision as victims to stroke fear and panic. But there's no need to kill anyone. With the way things are, with the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. Oh yeah, I saw one clip of like Count Monster, and like the dog just like does like a backflip and just downs the survivor in a pallet. I also saw like one clip of like Dracula, like he gets stunned by a pallet and like wolf form, and then he changes back into like vampire form, and like he just turns into a UAV. And it's so funny. He's like just flying over the map. I'm pretty sure like every killer right now is broken. Oh yeah, and like Pyramid Head gets buffed, but like they break his flicks as well. Like I was practicing his flicks when the update came live. For one, like sometimes they just straight up don't work, and when they do work, like it's like the actual like trail, like the shot is actually off center. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like Twins is still like completely broken right now as well. I think like, there's like a bug where you can't actually play them at 120 FPS right now. They just straight up don't work. I think at this point, they actually just need to kill switch the entire chapter. Maybe even the entire game at this point. Bro. Bro, stop spamming my chat. Stop spamming my chat, corny pun. I actually don't know how to fix that from moderating. Oh, and it looks like you got deleted. Bro, why was that deleted? It's the skull emojis. You make a good point. Perhaps this showing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. Right. The sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. I don't know, powdered cum. Dust, but no bodies. Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erinville from the sentries in the outskirts? But Usher Malachi told us. I can't read now. But Usher Malachi told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no bodies, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but no one knew what had become of it. There. Pride Pan, Aressa, SK Grippers. Both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm it's In that case, we should confirm if a substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us to not only the explanation for missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Sam, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on the way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it! Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Let's go. Oh no! Oh no!
Stay back! Stay away from me! Leave him alone.
Are you all right?
Yeah. You got bitten by a digital dog of rabies.
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
Oh no, he died. He died.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
Womp womp. Sad violin starts playing.
Here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Bro, with that cut, he deserved to die. Let's be real.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Oh no, not the kid, no!
Go to them, quickly!
I know, is the mom gonna be dead?
Wyaquay!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Oh no, she spilled ketchup on herself.
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry.
He shot her in the plot armor.
Here's some-
I need V-Bucks, yeah.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
You look a lot like Queen Sphene.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Thank you, lady who looks like Queen Sphene. Thanks for saving my mom. The promise of tomorrow. Damn, we're like 40 minutes in. I haven't finished the first quest yet. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending to my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I am sorry. He must have fallen protecting your residence. I want money. Why? Bro, what is his name? Waikwe is fearful for our comrade. Our comrade. You think he might have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Please, it isn't safe, and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Alright, let's be a bit disrespectful right now. Do. I thought it was Santa Claus for a second. Yeah, and Fortnite dance on you, bro. This story is gonna be alright, then. I'm so glad. I just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. But Senshi was behaving normally, like any other. Then all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as what Waikwe sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geo could be in trouble too. Once we have all this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all cost. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements of allies in the vicinity. Waikwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Let's go. Nice, Fiend. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. Have anything to say? Please, Geode, please be safe. I'm just gonna put my phone on charge real quick. All right, I'm back. Hey, Kryl. You see no sign of Geode. Waikwe's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode, Geode, answer me. There is no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. Surveying. What is this guy wearing over here? You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please.
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive. Thank the gods. Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Oh no. I think he's malfunctioning.
That dust.
Oh, I guess they're cremating them in a really weird way.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Oh no, old man! Old man, run away!
Shit.
Like this dude just does not care. He's so old. I think it's like the first time I've actually seen anybody run out of ammo in this game. Yeah, Machinist sucks so much right now. He changed jobs.
You can't be here. You need to run now.
No, he wasn't an old man. He was a robot. He was Grok the whole time.
Take care of the others, eh?
I don't know, is he die dead? Is he gonna die dead?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
No. This death was totally unexpected. I did not see this coming. I am so shocked right now.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it? Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
Bro, disrespect. Disrespect.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest? It was foolish of me to even ask. return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Oh, I know, I'm disrespecting him too. This pile of dust. These ashes. And the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geo to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection stolen aether allowed for many more endless, why that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well, but there's not noble in the sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this endless madness. Put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Sam. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. We should return to the back room. Shell and others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wai Kuei to meet us there as well. Bro, this guy looks like a fake character. Oh no. We're sad.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
She's gonna do something stupid.
Rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Oh, yeah, I forgot her name is Nostalgia.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Hey, like, hey, Ishtola, what's up? I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We're all here with you. Erinville. I've spoken with Waklimat. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of the latest violence. Hey, like, Guluja. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer though, and it's surely taking its hardest, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened and with I can't say these names. Chahua. Do you think you'd check on her? See how she's going? She likes to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Glujo, my boy. Apologies. My mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything? As you said, you need time to work through it. You're right. I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I am no use to anyone. I'm not even... Erinville's mom used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So, I think I'll take myself over to Irvin Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you have a shoulder to spare. Right then. Let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged a couple of airwheelers. They had communication modules removed, so Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Save a word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. Broom, broom! This is just like Cyberpunk. For years now, I've been taking one turn out of turn. Okay, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geo would come along too, and we end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how, one day, we might try and fly our wheelers outside the dome. Yasolani. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before we touch down. Phew. Let's help clear my head a touch. You know, Sam, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories of from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully, the way will be clear of those pests today. Some combat. Speak of shale. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Ahem. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Oh! What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment? They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization.
You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. A pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Never gonna stop. I appreciate you helping me for this. And not only of the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment to bring Calyx to account for these crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Spell speed, skill speed, tenacity. Skill speed's always nice. It's time we went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Trial for help. I want to re-examine Vedata, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were first to break away from preservation and establish an organization resistance of Oblivion. There must be something in Veritiv that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Sam? Sam, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Though, might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. You know what? Why don't you get a ban for that message? Now get out of here and don't come back. being, my beloved. Sam, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it's in my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As of yet, I am unfamiliar with the outskirts. I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. The music sounds a lot darker than normal. But I haven't been here in a while, so I can't remember if it's the actual music this area. Oh, please tell me you've brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen's Fiend. I may not look it, but I was once a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now I know the truth. It's all I could think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can see things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when the machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now, I must begin my prayers, but darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those new regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after this machine's malfunction. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? The fear is palpable. Yes, that's exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more intense, insistent. How long until it drives them into a full-blown panic? Sam, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamachi and Alphino. It sounds like she wants us here in a hurry. We should go.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion.
Very true.
Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which
Yeah, he's Hatsune Miku.
death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
It's peak Lamont.
You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
You're my queen. And I'll save Alexandria for you. Cox has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to ally their fears, Even a little. I beg you, Waklamat. Please let them shelter in Tuliolo. We welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be back to pick up the pace once the Lansgar arrive. In which case, we best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find clues of some sort. You can't elude us forever. Fear and violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. I know, Peak Lamat. Tuliolo will gladly welcome every lost Alexandrian with open arms. But what if the nation's late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Waklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied by any further. I will protect Alexandria. That promise I made. That was the promise I made her at the Lost. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt people's joy as our own, yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world. Too much for me to take my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear. So together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in the final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. Don't forget about me. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Galulja! Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alice and the others said you were here. Good news, Sam. We finally found a chink in Calyx's armor. We discovered laboratories in Everkeep's 10th level of a once housed preservations initiative. Containment Complex 1029. It's cool, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took us so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we go and check it out together? Thank you all for your hard work. This is a huge step forward. Heh heh. And up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition of the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. I need to take a swig of water. Could this be a dungeon? I think it might be a dungeon. Or at least an instance. Ready to head up? Ready to head on up? Next stop of a 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Hooray!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in FFXIV, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to put Calyx's up. We're here to put Calyx's trail. Oh my goodness. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located on the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So, we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanisms, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of this place, it does seem likely like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have most luck looking where this researchers kept her personal belongings. You begin to search Containment Complex 10 to 29. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in different colors. In a different color, pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades, should you find yourself unable to proceed. This appears to be the only desk with drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It opens. It's open. You did it, Sam. And a good thing too. I was going nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by Director Dimitris, or so the terminal told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door for the director's office is across the central hub. You hold a level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good, maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chaffs me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble across the card we need. Let's start our search in the proto lab. The door is already open at least. Will we find a way for it together, Shale? I'm sure of it. The way this room is set up. The canisters inserted into the large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create the Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned a locker over in a corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. What's a data tablet say? It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. I'm gonna take a drink of water real quick because my mouth is starting to get dry. Today, I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. Journal entry 4. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I have heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering sorry. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. Journal entry number 9. This morning, I was permitted access to the top floor and observed the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of aether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen's Fiend insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Journal entry number 14. Our Amelia colleagues, including the Proto-Lab chief, have been behaving in a deadly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? Journal entry number 18. From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist the researcher project into the Dietro Lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. You've reached the end of the journal entries. The locker is shut tight, but the number pad suggests inputting in the correct combination will open it. You have yet to uncover any potential combinations. Perhaps speaking of your comrades will help your investigation. I dug for this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. Results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in aether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target value set by Master Calix. Well, I'll become endless as per Ascendery protocols. I'll preserve this historic number along with my furimating worldly effects. Preserve the number, So 158. Select the number keys on the pad to put. Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits, then press the confirm key. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calix are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. Have anything to say, Kryle? This machine feeds into the soul cell. Shudder. I am reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. It all looks complex. It all looks so complicated. I shall have to ask Shale to teach me how to use these machines. Peak Lamat, come on. Give me something. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Hold on, let me write down that number. I need a pen. Oh, where's the pen? She's gonna be like the dumbest way to do it. Let's see. 201930. How many digits is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 digits. Submitting the candidate 201930 to be considered efficiency procedure review. 11509. 11509. Oh. That's 5 digits. Experiment 158, maximum value 11509. Recorded comparative study. Okay, I think that's the number. Let's write all of these down just to be safe. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9,834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea. Well, I have no idea what any of this means. Maybe it'll make sense later on. One, 509. Too easy. The locker pops open. Inside, you discover a level 2 security card. Sam, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Sam. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing records. I guess I imagined they'd be more, what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents once were a part of preservation, if you recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophies underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals and data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You could tell how much he admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have Detro Lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and locked doors across the way. Which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one, if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Get 2 more rooms. Yes, it opened. So, where should we go first? The digital lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. Chill, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here. There's a sign above the card scanner. If in case of emergency, backup power can be routed from the facilities. The facility room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deterra lab, shall we? Engaging power supply. No good. It's for returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, the power supply hasn't been interrupted for an extended period of time, but we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that emergency generator over that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in the heritage found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hole directly to the Deterra lab, which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. Oh no, it's a puzzle. What about those patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set in each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instructional manual right now. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used a type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Sam? The rest of us can help by supplying Sam with whatever information might be found on a circuitry configuration. Sam, take a look at this diagram. There's a note in the bottom left about backup. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If the square in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Gululja is working on. It's hard to make out the rest, assuming these are 4 tile patterns. The bottom right is a square, and the top right is a half circle? That's something to get you started at least. So where's Gulja? I want to look at that again. That's not right. There we go. It worked. We did it, Sam. The Detro lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everybody. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation of Early Days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandria Institute for Technology Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in a storm surge of Calix's design for new defensive solutions, funded in large by part the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the storm surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once, before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness, yet still published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to injustice of death. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought death of both my parents. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me reports of endless research and other less urgent matters. Why was it so hard for me to read? Sheesh. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value his ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but it's still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role to deliver mankind from his fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Dutra lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once over just to be sure. Yeah, throat is starting to hurt as well. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. On a quick prayer that a short wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. I'll take the money, please. Right, I'll get this door open. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Quest accepted. Gods above, isn't that? Need more water. It's a relic. The key to interdimensional fusion? Looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside? Like the one Sam has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally Miliel relic. Once the treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross the dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might this tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology underlying the principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. That would make sense. Calic can track the key because the vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, on our next visit, I will have to enlist Stola's assistance for investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calix's whereabouts is our top priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants us access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to be highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards left behind. Remember, anything less than level 3 is no good to us. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Oh, did you find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed, nice work, Sam. Oh, level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a curiosity investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. Cursory investigation. That's what it said. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always a step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is likely a river we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's routing all the surveillance traffic. Then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he's done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be entirely on the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Sam's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Oh, speaking of cameras, there's another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also clearly deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you would like to see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Bro, that haircut.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Oh no. Bro. There's a lot of blood this patch, I've noticed.
You understand. There can be no exceptions.
She only wanted to leave, and he executed her. I checked the images against the personal data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find in him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how to Oh my goodness. Even now, we don't even know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. What we do know is that your mother and father clearly expunged every lost trace of her movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? The tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. Let's go. Hopefully we get a dungeon after this. A scanning device. It waits silently for a security card at the appropriate level of clearance. Let's do it. There we go. Let's head inside. Oh my goodness. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Sam, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is smaller than the map suggested. I am positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Sam. Could I ask you and others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? You find a crumpled note weighed between the file binders. Secure lift access. Secure room at lift access. Requires passwords to input simultaneously at terminals in the proto lab, tutor lab, and director's office. Perhaps this discovery would be of interest to Shale. Let's check this one real quick. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. Let me know if you find anything. I'll double and triple check my work for mistakes. I guess we have to look for everything before we search. Or maybe not. Amongst other personal effects, you find what's presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to it. A closed locker stands next to the table. Examine the data tablet. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I'll proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment must be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered... I need another drink. Sheesh. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary and interdimensional portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory facilities of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for Aether reclamation process. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Milia researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Draft document. Those 2 inept Milia broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. Oh no, Kryle's parents, I think that was. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the objects of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will be left their body. All personals will have their bodies reduced to Aether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subjected to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Having lain dormant for years, but an active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, but it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Have you found something? Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself to be concealed too. Concealed? By electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what was it? How did you pronounce her name again? Remember what Aaronville's mother used to say, Shale? Never trust an electrope surface? Oh, of course! Electrope is how you alter the look of all Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't the note say lay out the password protocol? I say go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people shall prepare the lab terminals for input, while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. I'll take the Deutra lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Fiend. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that might be something I can help with. I can help too. I lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I'll take the Dutra lab, then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Oh my goodness. Sam, you have the honor of entering the office password. Once we determine what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wakalamet and Cryo through the process. Oh my goodness, can I just get to a dungeon, please? You know, there was a display over there. The one of gems? I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. You've located Director Dimitri's personal data tablet and locker space. Take another look. Examine. Open locker. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming for the contents. So nothing's changed with that. Two jewels are embedded in this electro plate. You identify the blue gem as sapphire and the red gem as garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fit. Maybe we'll find something this time. I guess not. I should take a closer look at these reports. One of them might have hints to the password. I kept searching the drawers of books and found a cube puzzle made of Electro. It's just a toy, but maybe. Solve the puzzle. You got it. Let's see. If I move this bit, then connect the circuit to that one. There. There's something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be an Alexandrite. Ugh. They say these gems were so treasured in the past, but they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. As you continue studying the display, you realize that the shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. The glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, any of a jewel come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special messaging Alexandrians have for meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, her name comes from a gemstone. Sphene is literally Princess Garnet. Yes, if you have questions, you only need to ask. Well, I was taught Alexandria represents the concept of protection. It is identically also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking it has something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and a garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we were right. We're all set to go here. Pete, Clemat, and Kryl are just waiting on their passwords. Let's start with Wakamat in the Proto Lab. Oh, what did she say again? Exterior reps protection, sapphire honesty. Yeah, I think we did it. Hooray, we did it. Yes. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Woklumet and Krylo rejoin us. All right, everyone. Time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
They're on a USB drive.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal?
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper. But there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Oh no, don't cry.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Phew, well that was an adventure. It may not have been the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. Well, I may remain curious about Preservation's research into the key. That is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time's up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge should come in handy in days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all providing whatever support I can. Sam, we've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider our next action. We've now but to consider what our next action will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Mesa Terminal, then we must go. While I am upset about being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay was found indeed transmitting surveillance data to the device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Selenia, and the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. I shall hold you to that, but I'll also protect you in turn, because that's what comrades do. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Silents also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point, but he already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing Neo regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh Sam, Kra and I are thinking we should talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandrian society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all those who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. We'll see you when it's over. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back. I have returned.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss.
Here, here.
We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis.
Bro, what is that name?
You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Garson, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them.
Here.
Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandria's, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad am I to be home. Thank you, Go-san. But decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandrian citizens, and their bravery in taking their first steps towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that new regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the targeted number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear that I would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of new regulators in circulation exceeded 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who had a change of heart or otherwise hesitant to register. Look at this dude, he's in a Speedo! Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable onto living memory. Finally, I think we're going into a dungeon.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Aww. You want to turn up the sound a little bit. Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades, hail and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There are no changes of note, aside from with the meso terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the meso terminal? The wool has receded to provide a convenient entrance to the structure's interior. There is no such ingress when we were here, so we must assume Macalix has since manipulated the terminal's electrode. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake who all of Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Critical hit. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't want to keep our insistent host waiting. Let's go. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. It was so frightening at first. I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar structure, the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. And I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. I agree. So the kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from consequence, I shall become the ruler that I can protect Alexandria. a devourer of worlds. Together we stand, together we fight. You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of the terminal awaits a device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. We must bring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Sam for a good reason. And besides, it would be a tragedy to indeed relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Did they change the faces? Like, the faces look so much detail. Alice kind of looks a bit uncanny now. Apparently, Calix thinks he's taking your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet still would counsel caution. That he would be so bold to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Bum, 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 ba, na, na, na. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. Meso Terminal now accessible. That's about damn time. Which one is it? No, not this one. Hey, that guy's from my FC. Well, not my FC, the FC I'm in. Hell yeah, let's do this. It's like Kamino from Star Wars. I like that fit.
Oh, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down. created new Endless for me. Not all at once, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Come back!
Memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Oh. I think I did it wrong. Oh, my tummy hurts.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter, it served its purpose. must revisit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight. These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Oh, I see. That makes more sense now.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
I could use that.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers. Protect your kingdom. Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Oh, Chloe. The immortal remains.
Rise and meet the foe before you. An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity. The bombs rain down without pause or mercy. An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
I get the mechanic now.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Oop.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Oh, I missed my minnow. Yay, we did it.
Sphene?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order.
Order?
This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat?
Why is there so much blood in this badge? What the hell?
It was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that?
Wait a minute.
A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold.
Is that who I think it is?
Weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator.
It's just a dead Lullafell.
We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
I'll give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
Necron? It's Necron, right?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me? That remains to be seen.
Sonic.exe? During this quest, and when using Dude's support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial of a party of NPC companions. Some of these allies... Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's Necron! Final Fantasy IX's final boss. Oops, spoilers, by the way.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves. There. See, death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them. Bothersome.
Oh, I don't want that.
Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now.
I think I was a bit too early on that one.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs me.
Hello?
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There.
Oh no!
Those who do not resist death deserve it. Kill them.
Oh, it's a bit too far out.
Fight, if you must. There.
Oh.
You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you.
Yo, we did it! That was an okay fight. Hooray! We did it!
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you!
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
Oh no, Sphene, don't die!
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
No, you don't!
Do 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 do.
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them! Together!
Oh man, this is so anime.
The others.
Oh, I'm actually using my weapon. Oh my goodness. That's crazy, like actually using a weapon for once. Wonder how I would have looked if I had like a sword or something. Very peak. Very cool.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolol and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
Good work, team. We have trailed Vedic Dawn. You can tell it's a bard. She's yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamachi will be fine. I've been in touch with Valkona, and he's made arrangements to convey her home. Convey her home. By which he means to come and fetch Lamachi himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Waklamat. You can't just help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, it saw the Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief no longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel that we are meant to experience, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have a conduct. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation to how Calyx came to know of that summoning ritual. Aye, for wherever primals. Aye, for wherever are primals, the Asians are near far. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may have fallen under the entity's way. I shall wait here with our patient until Valkona arrives. Feel free to go on and attend to those. I'm actually falling apart at this point. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get along. I'll contact Shale and en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first, then? We can check on things there before heading to Everkeep. See you, Alfie. Sam, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble, as far as I can tell. But what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Fiend. Ernville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted new regulators appear to be enthralled. So far, however, they have not shown any hostilities towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with the treatment's efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, I might suggest you look into the people you fought very well this hard to save. It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. $6,000 for all that work. I'll take it. Sven wishes to check on the state of the outskirts. Mayhap I'll take you upon your suggestion. Only I am concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak of Mawa? She works in the fields. What are these names? Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea! I think I shall do that. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Kryl. Mahaswa. Look who it is. Good to see you again, Hail and healthy. I'm sorry we did not get a word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible has befallen us as such. The new regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pepone was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at the medical facility. You needn't worry. With proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I'm sure glad to hear that. I'd like not to lose any more friends, if it can be helped. I also hear that Queen Sven, who tried enticing us to become an endless, turned out to be an imposter. What kind of a heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. When we owe you a debt of gratitude, it's up to each of us now to make that. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you. And while we live and breathe, our futures is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. For me, for everyone. Gasp! Now I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Propone and Elvers, and the outskirts need all the spare hands we can get. See ya. Is there anything I might be able... is there anything I might do to help the unfold? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use your mage abilities of yours. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use proxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Gosan to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, it would seem. By the way, Sam, Alfino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamachi back to Tuliolo. Alfino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking into Gulujaw? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching over at the Drift Downs with Aaronville. I need another drink. If you ask, Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in her general direction. Ah, I know that voice. I am happy to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Gulujul, are you? He was here, asking if we needed help with anything, or if he had noticed anyone had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there.
Welcome back.
Hello.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
Quite literally.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority.
Oh, Gulja.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Oh.
My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Gululja. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Go away to kick your ass, kid. Thank you both for listening. I'll take one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed Melmstone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Perhaps they would. You're heading to the back room? Hell yeah, brother. Sam. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. The Promise of Tomorrow orchestration role. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through so much these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for oblivion and for myself. Cha Chiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Preservation's facility. That lab where they studied a key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections. Yet, they failed to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot at Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze data we pulled from Containment Complex 10 to 29 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Save a word, and I'll help you settle in. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. I'll not need to pee before that. I'll be back. And I'm back, by the way. Several weeks later. I think this is like the first confirmed time skip we've really had. Besides the one in Shadowbringers. But I don't think that really counts. Because it's a different kind. It's kind of different.
What an absurd absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events.
You said it, Cryle.
The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Bye-bye.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
It's Johnny Bravo.
Which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then?
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
You're here.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that. Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Hey, he still's got his regulator on.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Oh no, Hatsune Miku, don't cry.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now. In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Guluja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria.
Don't know this song, bro. Not this song.
I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna smile to that.
An easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your kind encouragement, Sam. Well, Clement is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliolo will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we come when we can discuss our futures together. This guy looks kind of like that dude from Deus Ex Machina. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end to my role as a guide. I was intending to accompany Waklamat back to Tuliolo. But what are your plans, Sam? Don't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No. You need to stop by the palace first. Khan has been waiting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had a chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. I want to go to Alexandria. Screw you. I suppose we have to go back. We have to go back to Tuliolo. At least the music is really good here. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lensguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolo for a while. We believe in you, Guluja. And whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. He's so cute. Oh dear. Our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lamachi, you're supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galulja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your trading on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much off your side. You take too much off your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So, that was my day. That was what? So, that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandria affairs are over. Thank God. It all turned out for the best. Before, the former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There is no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria. I won't pretend I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you. Nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you, Sam, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliolo. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties as much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolo, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Sam. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older. But my father's authority did pass to me, so until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've already come far, Gulja. And you'll keep doing us proud, I'm sure of it. Sorry, I'm just taking a drink of water. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Bye-bye. Praxis Park. Sam, you're here. We were just discussing what is to be done after a coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is or was a nation of the ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may be smooth introductions where the science to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sphene. Eferis's leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alfina report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass if you had not come to our aid. Ah, I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed their desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We've yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. That's a lovely idea. I'm glad you agree. Some have yet to receive or requested memories. However, so we shall wait until the initial wave of restorations is complete before proceeding. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as Daudian and File. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigations, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was all so strange and frightening, but I've grown more at home ever since. But now I feel part of this new Alexandria, and it's large part. Now I feel part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. Oh my goodness, what am I saying? And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while. As it happens, we've made several interesting breakthroughs, and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, my cherished comrades. He's still alive.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident, Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
It's an Ascian. Yep. Of course it's an Ascian.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell.
Who is it?
Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? I wonder what Otis and Zelania would think of my becoming Queen of Alexandria as it is now. Doubtless they would be pleased, yet, knowing them, also beset by worry. As their memory lives on inside me, so shall I strive to rule as if they advised me still, with calm heart and an open mind to counsel. Well... that was a patch of 7.3. An ending to the story of Dawn Trail. We still have two more big content patches. 0.4 and 0.5. But those will be coming in the foreseeable future. What did I think of this story? This patch, more in particular. Oh, it was alright, I think. Like this the post story of Dawn Trail, it might be like so far has definitely been more interesting than that main story of like Dawn Trail. But it's still not perfect. I think it just wasn't enough like fully flesh it out. I think. And I don't really feel like that's the fault of the story, like if it's like at least the post story patches. It's just really more so like this Dawn Trail overall, like the main story, just wasn't very interesting. It just took way too long to like get to anything interesting, and it kind of just fell a bit all over the place, like leading up to like Dawn Trail, like the expansion was kind of just marketed like as like basically as a holiday, like the Science Go on holiday, and it's gonna be like, I was expecting it to be like a lot less serious, and it kind of was that for like the first half for like the Dawn Trail, but then like they try to have like a more serious story. And I think there was like definitely things interesting there, but like it just wasn't. It was like tonal whiplash of like, the first half of Dawn Trail, and also like it just took way too long to get to those parts as well. Like the thing of like Dawn Trail, like every time his story got interesting, it had to slow down tremendously. Also, like, I think like a large part is Waklamat. I think the hate against her is over. Like, it's just it's like overblown. Like, there is definitely a lot of flaws of her character, but like I think it's overblown. But like, it's undoubtable. Like, she just takes up so much screen time in this whole story, and they kind of do fix that a bit with the post story, like the post story. But like, other characters, like the other characters, they needed more of a focus. Like Erinville, it didn't really get a sufficient focus in the story, even though like the story kind of did like it was moving towards him having a bigger role. And he did have that bigger role, but it just wasn't big enough. It wasn't fleshed out enough. Kryl was robbed this expansion. Like her story was like kind of done pretty quickly. Like her partner story. So we could just get like more Waklamat. And like the thing of Waklamat, like her story ended like halfway through like Dawn Trail. And like it should have like had a bigger focus on the other characters, and it did for like a little bit, but then it just Waklamat has to come back. Also, like that whole like desert area, I feel like could have just been removed from the game. Like that whole part of the story just kind of felt like padding. I feel like if it's like we could have had just like one less area of this expansion if it meant having a tighter story. But overall, like I think like yeah, Sveen as a character was interesting, and hopefully we see more of her going into the future. I feel like yeah, the whole like the story is kind of like leading up to like we're gonna have like this giant crossover of characters. Like we're gonna have like Gaia, Sveen, like in one team. Like at some point in the future. And hopefully they do fall for that. But like overall, the story like I feel like is definitely the weakest the weakest story in Final Fantasy 14. It's I would put it right above A Realm Reborn in terms of quality. Like because like A Realm Reborn, I'm sorry, it's just a really boring story. It's not very good. There's just so many like moments in that story where like you could just completely write out of it, and I think the story would be much better for it. And yeah, and I would honestly just put that like under this. Like it's to me, this story is like Dawn Trail story is like right in between A Realm Reborn and Stormblood. I think Stormblood had a much stronger story. I know a lot of people have criticisms, and I think a lot of them are valid. But overall, like I think Lise was a much better written character. The story of Yotsuyu and the post MSQ patches were much better. I think Sveen is an interesting character, more interesting than Yotsuyu. But like I think the Stormblood had the post story told much better. It's yeah. I think like the best story of this expansion so far has been Arcadian. Also, my other thoughts on this patch, the dungeon was pretty cool. I like the what they did with the bosses. I think that was interesting. The last one was pretty basic. The second one is probably like the second boss in that dungeon was probably the most unique. The first one, I think I'm like gonna go for that dungeon again to get a better opinion on about first boss. But overall, like a pretty interesting dungeon, despite like kind of like having pretty much the same formula as every other dungeon post like Realm Reborn. The trial was okay. I kind like, I know I died a lot, but like, I feel like the party kind of killed it like a really fast. Like, compared it to like the other like end story bosses, like, you know, like Elidibus and Zeromus. I feel like those were just much stronger fights overall. I haven't tried the Alliance raid for this patch. I'll get around to it to a later date. But if it's anything like the first one, it's probably going to be quite enjoyable. I think the Alliance raid was for like the Lost Alliance raid was pretty good. Overall, I feel like yeah, so that's my thoughts on the content for story. Hopefully the deep dungeon when it comes out in the next few patches will be very good. And like the Lost Dead, like, hopefully people run it because like the Lost Deep Dungeon was pretty much dead on arrival. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Overall, I'll give like this story a very like meh rating. I enjoyed it for what it was, but like honestly, I understand why people just don't really like the Dawn Trail story. Like for a large part of it, it is boring. Like I remember like being so excited and like doing the first like 2 areas and just feeling like I want to skip like cutscenes. It takes way too long to get interesting. But one thing is, I think this expansion has shined so far is the content, in my opinion, has been pretty good so far. There's been a few stumbles, like, you know, like how like the exploration area is, like our grinding area for the relic weapon. It's kind of like it's good, but it's no boss jaw. It could have been more like boss jaw, in my opinion. But yeah, the content's been pretty good. I think people are going to warm up to this expansion content-wise in the future. See, it wasn't that bad. But yeah, those are my thoughts, and I think I will be ending stream right now. Thanks to anybody who's watched this VOD. I'm not sure if I'll upload it to YouTube. If I do upload it to YouTube and you watch this VOD, what's wrong with you? Why are you watching this random VOD? But also thank you. And with that, I will end the stream. Goodbye. Actually, let me see if my friend is still online. Oh, I think he's stopped streaming. Yeah, no, he's ended the stream. Well, I'm probably going to go to bed. Thank you. This has been a fun time. And